The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members will please take their seats. The sergeants at arms will close the doors of the House. Prayer to debate will be offered by our good friend and colleague and Republican leader, Representative Topper. Immediately thereafter, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests will please rise as able.
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for the wonderful opportunity to gather in this place, to do the work on behalf of your people. We ask now for wisdom that we know can only come from you, and for a peace that truly surpasses all human understanding. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to
Sergeants at arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Monday, October 6, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Members, we have several guests to recognize on the floor today. In the back of the House, Representative Venkat from Allegheny County welcomes the PA-ACOG, the PA section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, who are here today for their Advocacy Day. Welcome. It's the chair's understanding that Speaker McClinton's college classmate is amongst the group there, Bethany. So she offers the best to you. She is outside doing the press conference for breast cancer awareness. In the gallery, Representative Smith Wade L. from Lancaster County welcomes his district office team today from Lancaster. Please welcome constituent service advisors Cheryl Holland-Jones, Christian Williamson, David Ramos, and District Office Director Tara Ruby. Please rise to be recognized. Mayor Keith Mont is a Millersville University student pursuing his Master's of Social Work degree, and he is eager to learn more about the macro-level intersections of social work and policy, so welcome to Mark Keith as well. Representative Kruger from Delaware welcomes Jeremy Ruspentine, an intern shadowing Representative Kruger. He's a social work major at Westchester University and previously a United States Army JAG Corps paralegal who deployed to Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2008. After transitioning from the military and healing from service-connected PTSD, Jeremy's personal and professional goals align to represent that healing is possible and represent leadership by example and serve those who need a voice most, those forgotten and those who struggle to find a voice. Let's all welcome Jeremy and thank you for your service. Our colleague Representative Davidson from Dauphin and Cumberland County welcomes Emily Alterholt, a Doctor of Nursing student working on her dissertation analyzing local mental health policies compared to national standards. Please rise and be welcome to the chamber. Thank you for being here. Representative Cerisi from Montgomery County welcomes Dennis Samansky. He's visiting from North Carolina, has a PhD in nanotechnology, and is a guest of Representative Cerisi today. Welcome to the chamber and the hall of the House. Are there leaves of absence, requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip who who says there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip who says indicates there are none. Chair is about to take the master roll. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll, a quorum is present. The chair is in receipt of the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, presented the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Monday, October 6th, 2025. Resolved, the House of Representatives concurring, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, October 20th, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses the week of October 20th, 2025, it reconvene the week of Monday, October 27th, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, October 27th, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is concurred in. The clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 244 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 287 reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1860 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1871 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1882 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Senate Bill 748 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 306 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Cerisi, Chair of the Committee on Communications and Technology, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1063 reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Senate Bill 377 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Cerisi, Chair of the Committee on Communications and Technology, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 322 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor and Industry, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1825 reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1826 reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair refers the following bills, which the clerk will read.
Referrals, October 6, 2025. House Bill 1900 to Finance, House Bill 1926 Judiciary, House Resolution 334 to the uncontested calendar under Rule 35. Referrals, October 7, 2025. Senate Bill 784 to State Government.
The chair recognizes the Majority Whip for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, House Democrats will caucus at 12:30. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:30.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans will caucus at 12:30 and plan to return to the floor at 1:30. Again, House Republicans will caucus at 12:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Committee announcements. Chair recognizes the Majority Chair of Aging, gentlelady Representative Madden.
At the break, there will be an immediate voting meeting of the Aging and Older Adult Services Committee in room 523 of the Urbis Office Building to consider Senate Bill 731, printers number 749, and any other business that may come before the committee. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Recognizes the gentleman, the Majority Chair of Insurance, Representative Warren, for committee announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Insurance Committee will meet at the break after the conclusion of the House Appropriations Committee hearing in G50 Irvis to consider House Bills 1123 and 1828 and any other business that comes before the committee. Again, the House Insurance Committee will meet at G50 during the break. Shortly after the conclusion of the House Appropriations Committee, will allow a few minutes for the members of both committees to arrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chairman of Transportation, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the gentleman of Erie, I'd like to say good morning to everybody before I announce. Representative Bizzarro, it's his day today. If anybody gets a chance, just please give him good wishes. He needs a little uplifting. And on behalf of the House Transportation Committee, there will be a meeting at 11:30 in room 515 Irvis Building to consider House Bill 1862 and any other business that may come before the committee.
Chair thanks the gentleman for his commentary and his announcement. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting immediately upon the break. Members of the Appropriations Committee, please make your way to the first floor caucus room immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. House stands in recess until 1:30 unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
May I have your attention, please? Recess for the House has been extended until 1:45. I repeat, recess for the House has been extended until 1:45.
The hour of 1:45 having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 145, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 441, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1734, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 467, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Madden, Chair of the Committee on Aging and Older Adult Services, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 731, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bill. House Bill 1862, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Warren, Chair of the Committee on Insurance, who reports the following bill. House Bill 1123, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1828, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, October 7th, 2025. House Bill 1927, Commerce. House Bill 1928, Consumer Protection, Technology and Utilities. And House Resolution 335 to the uncontested calendar under Rule 35.
Colleagues, we have a special guest in the gallery. Our colleague who serves Cumberland County, Representative Delosier, has in the gallery Venetia Stevenson, her Legislative Office District Aide. Venetia, thank you for your hard work across the river. Welcome. The chair grants permission to Andy Sheehan and Jeremy Stockdill to take videography without audio for a period not to exceed 10 minutes. We're about to take up a condolence resolution honoring a deceased former member, Ralph Pratt of Lawrence County. Sergeant at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Members, please take your seats. We're about to take up a condolence resolution for a former deceased member from Lawrence County. Colleagues, if you can take your seats, and if our sergeants will close the doors of the House, the chair will recognize the Majority Leader. The Majority Leader calls up House Resolution 334, printer's number 2407, on page 1 of the uncontested House calendar. Will the House agree to the resolution? The clerk will read the resolution.
A resolution remembering the distinguished life and service of the Honorable Ralph D. Pratt, former 6-term member of the House of Representatives who died August 18, 2025 in Newcastle, Lawrence County at 85 years of age. Whereas the House of Representatives joins in commending Ralph D. Pratt's talents as a research chemist and chemical engineer, including his work on behalf of the Gemini space program. And whereas the House of Representatives honors Mr. Pratt's contributions to state government as an Assistant Attorney General, Labor Relations Coordinator, and legislator. And whereas the House of Representatives notes Mr. Pratt's dedication to our legal and judicial systems as an attorney and judge. And whereas elected to the House of Representatives from the 10th District, Mr. Pratt represented Lawrence and Mercer counties from 1975 through 1982, and Beaver, Lawrence, and Mercer counties from 1983 through January 6, 1986. And whereas Mr. Pratt was appointed to the Joint Legislative Air and Water Pollution Control and Conservation Committee in the early 1980s. And whereas elected in 1985 to a newly created 3rd seat on the Lawrence County Court of Common Pleas, Mr. Pratt's focus on the bench extended from family-related cases to civil cases and trials. And whereas from 2000 through June 2004, Mr. Pratt managed and supported the county court and minor court systems and related agencies as president judge. And whereas Mr. Pratt heard cases as needed as a senior judge. And whereas Mr. Pratt attended Newcastle Schools and Lincoln High School in Elwood City. And whereas Mr. Pratt held a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry from Baldwin Wallace College and a Juris Doctor degree from the University of Pittsburgh School of Law. And whereas Mr. Pratt earned master's degrees in health law from the University of Pittsburgh Graduate School of Public Health and judicial studies from the University of Nevada. And whereas Mr. Pratt's early study of statutory law and legal sanctions related to physician's assistants was published in 1972. And whereas the House of Representatives expresses condolences to Mr. Pratt's family with grateful recognition of his significant work as a public servant, therefore be it resolved that the House of Representatives remember the distinguished life and service of the Honorable Ralph D. Pratt, former six-term member of the House of Representatives who died August 18, 2025 in Newcastle, Lawrence County at 85 years of age. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to Mrs. Susan Pratt.
The chair thanks the clerk. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Lawrence County, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 334, which honors the life and legacy of former Representative Ralph Pratt, who passed away in August. I offer my sincere condolences to his family, his friends, and the many individuals whose lives he touched through his dedicated public service. We mourn Representative Pratt's loss by celebrating his life. He was a state legislator for 6 terms from 1975 to 1986, and later a judge of the Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas for 18 years. Ralph Pratt served in this chamber with honor and distinction, representing a district that now includes much of what I own. Although I did not have the opportunity to get to know him personally, I am aware of the impact he had on his constituents and the future of Lawrence County. He was known as a thoughtful lawmaker who approached every issue with reason, compassion, and a willingness to work across party lines. Representative Pratt's time here in the House was marked by a strong commitment to the people he served. He understood the needs of working families, small businesses, and local communities. He listened carefully, led with integrity, and worked hard to deliver positive results. Colleagues remember his steady presence and his willingness to work quietly and effectively to build consensus and move Pennsylvania forward. What is especially meaningful to me is knowing the groundwork he laid, which continues to benefit the district I now have, and I'm honored to represent. His legacy lives on in our schools and in our neighborhoods. I'm proud to be the sponsor of House Resolution 334, recognizing Representative Pratt's life and his many contributions. While we mourn his passing, we also celebrate a life dedicated to service, community, and to our Commonwealth. Let perpetual light shine upon Ralph Pratt, and through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the resolution will rise and remain standing for a moment of silence as a mark of respect for our deceased former colleague. Guests are also asked to rise as able. The resolution has been unanimously adopted. Sergeants at Arms will open the doors of the House. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 201, Printers number 1436, on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing September 29th, 2025 as VFW Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Carol Hill Evans.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 202, the nays are 1. The resolution's adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 300, printers number 2244 on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Cepeda Freites.
Will the House agree to the resolution? The chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentlelady from Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freites.
Gracias, Madam Speaker. Muy buenas tardes a todos. I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 300, recognizing September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Pennsylvania. This month is more than a date on the calendar. It's an annual opportunity to honor over 1 million Hispanic and Latino Pennsylvanians whose culture, service, and sacrifice strengthen the fabric of our Commonwealth. Hispanic Heritage Month began as a single week in 1968 and was expanded to a month in 1989, timed to honor the Independence Days of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, and Chile, as well as Dia de la Raza on October 12th. These milestones remind us that the pursuit of freedom, dignity, and opportunity is deeply woven into our shared history. Here in Pennsylvania, Hispanic and Latino residents are entrepreneurs opening storefronts on our main streets. They're educators shaping the next generation, healthcare professionals caring for our families, proud members of the United States Armed Forces, more than 18% of our active duty military, and the farmers and farm workers who put food on our tables every single day. As the first Latina elected to represent the 129th district, I know firsthand that en la unión está la fuerza. Our strength is in our unity. This resolution is a chance for all of us to affirm that every culture and every contribution is valued in this chamber and across the Commonwealth. I respectfully ask for an overwhelming yes vote on House Resolution 300, and I invite you to carry this celebration beyond these walls. Learn a neighbor's story, try a new dish, support a Latino-owned business or farm stand, and mentor the next generation of leaders. Thank you, and feliz mes de la herencia hispana. Gracias.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote C or aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 199. The nays are 4. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 303, print number 2262 on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the month of October 2025 as Agent Orange Awareness Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 202, the nays are 1. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 413, printer's number 0385, on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes a uniform electronic recordation of a custodial interrogations act.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 20. A01832. It's the chair's understanding that A01834 has been withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 664, printer's number 0671, on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for road salt management best practices guide.
Will the House agree to the bills? The chair's understanding that A01807 has been withdrawn. Chair thanks the member. Representative Pugh offers A01828. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes, gentlelady withdraws. Chair thanks the gentlelady. Representative Webster. Representative Sanchez offers A01837. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Briefly, this amendment makes some technical changes, clarifying that the record-keeping and annual reporting procedures only apply to the Commonwealth and provides a definition for road salt. This amendment is supported by the administration and reflects feedback from DEP and PennDOT. I ask the members respectfully for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Will the House agree to the amendment? Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 102, the nays are 101. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 1701, printer's number 2364, on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates school facilities inventory and advisory committee within the Department of Education to ensure constitutional compliance.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 20, A01833. Representative Schweier offers A01797. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Majority Chair of Education, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for an affirmative vote on Amendment A01797. This is a very small change to the bill that makes a clarifying change to it, that makes sure that any information that could be detrimental to law enforcement would not be released to the public. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 102 and the nays are 101. The amendment is adopted. Representative Gleim offers A01821. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment to House Bill 1701. Takes a straightforward approach by removing the statewide assessment requirement for all school buildings and eliminates the advisory committee tied to it. It reinstates Section 2605J of the Public School Code, which provides schools with the opportunity to submit voluntary building condition assessments. This section, Madam Speaker, has been in law since 2019, but to date, the department has not yet made the guidelines available to public schools to complete the assessments. We should hold the department accountable for publishing the guidelines we asked them to implement 6 years ago before entrusting them to assess every single school building in the state. Please join me in making this bill a more reasonable first step for data collection. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentlelady from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Energy, Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, this amendment defeats the purpose of the original bill, and so I ask the members for a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting. Chair recognizes the gentlelady for a second time. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Anderson offers A 01841. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1841 directs the Pennsylvania Department of Education to develop guidelines to assess building safety, inventory, and conditions for the Commonwealth's 500 school districts and all career and technology centers in accordance with Act 70 of 2019. As stated by my colleague from Cumberland County, PDE was directed to make the aforementioned guidelines available to school districts for the purpose of self-reporting, yet has failed to do so in the 6 years since Act 70 of 2019. Instead of state government using taxpayer dollars to assess the approximate 4,300 school buildings in the Commonwealth, PDE can make the guidelines available so individual districts and VOTECs can self-report. Supporters of the underlying bill claim that districts across the state are currently conducting their own assessments and that they do so every 5 to 10 years. Considering the narrative that public education is already underfunded, why would we spend millions of additional dollars to repeat what local school districts are already doing at a higher cost via third-party vendors and contractors? Without comprehensive amending, the legislation has too many unanswered questions to move forward. SiteLogic, a company who specializes in facility assessments, estimated that the HVAC assessment alone would cost upwards of $100,000 per district, for a total of $50 million. We can certainly do better by revisiting how we spend taxpayer dollars more efficiently as it concerns building assessments. Madam Speaker, with that, I respectfully withdraw the amendment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1702, printer's number 2089, on page 5 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the liquor code to allow for the safe storage of pre-mixed keg cocktails on draft and provides for its availability to licenses and consumers.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Deasy offers A01749. Will the House agree to the amendment? The amendment's withdrawn. People are yelling at me, it's withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1874, printer's number 2328, on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides financial flexibility for redevelopment authorities and transit revitalization investment districts.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Twardzik offers A01839. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from the Schuylkill, Representative Twardzik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment provides some clarity to the underlying bill by specifying that if a redevelopment authority is selected to receive incremental tax revenues generated in a TRID district, they must spend that money in the area from which it came. TRID districts encompass just 3/4 mile radius surrounding a transit stop, which is based upon. On the other hand, redevelopment authorities may cover significantly larger swaths of territory. My amendment simply ensures that the incremental tax revenues being generated in the TRID district will be spent there. I ask my colleagues for their support. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Powell.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for his amendment. It is an agreed-to amendment, and I urge members to vote yes.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 145, printer's number 2228, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for unemployment compensation for striking workers.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, neighbor of the chair, Representative Krajewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask this chamber for its support of House Bill 145, unemployment compensation for striking workers. The right to strike for better working conditions is a time-honored right and tradition for workers in this country. During the Gilded Age, when rapid industrialization led to unprecedented profits for corporations and business magnates, a worker's ability to withhold their labor, to demand better wages and dignified work environments was a crucial strategic tool in ensuring the people who wrought the infrastructure of this country were not left behind. Indeed, one of those pivotal struggles was right here in Pennsylvania, when coal field laborers with the United Mine Workers went on strike in 1902. Time and time again, when our basic rights have been trampled upon, workers have used their collective might to resist and show solidarity. From uniting with black laborers in the Jim Crow South to protesting census wars aided by our government. In this political moment, we are faced again with the crisis brought upon us by the unfettered greed of corporate interests. Our basic government functions have been dismantled by oligarchs, and workers' rights are being infringed upon in workplaces across America. Our healthcare system, already one of the weakest in the world, has had its safety net slashed by the reckless decisions of Congress. These actions do not threaten those of us who live in comfort.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Bedford rise?
I believe that we have moved far afield from the subject matter contained in House Bill 145, and I would ask the Speaker to remain on that topic. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman for his point of order. His point of order is well taken. Colleagues, we're reminded that we will not impugn the integrity of other branches of government, that we will in fact focus on the four corners of the pages of House Bill 145 and the objective of that legislation and the language that's contained. Chair asks the maker of the bill to talk about the bill and how this gentleman will vote and how he encourages this august body to participate in the upcoming vote, the final passage of House Bill 145, which the chair anxiously awaits. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when our nation has created the wealthiest men in history, while workers still struggle to put food on the table, providing unemployment compensation for workers who are taking the courageous step of withholding their labor is a necessary intervention. We are on the precipice of a return to the era of robber barons. The only path forward is behind the leadership of workers agitating for their rights. As public officials in local government, we have a responsibility to uphold the values we believe will result in a society that is just and humane. So with that, I hope you will join me in saying that Pennsylvania will defend its workers and vote yes for House Bill 145. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On final passage of House Bill 145, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 145. Let's call this bill what it really is, a strike starter's dream. It guarantees that every union in Pennsylvania will have a reason to walk off the job. Seriously, who wouldn't strike if you could get paid not to work? This proposal, it isn't unemployment, it's a taxpayer-funded vacation for people choosing to shut down their workplace. This bill doesn't protect workers, it punishes everyone who keeps working. It's reckless, it's unfair, and it's begging for abuse. The whole point of unemployment is to help folks who lose their job through no fault of their own, not to bankroll political stunts or bargaining tactics. You want to see jobs leave this state faster than ever? Start forcing small businesses to fund their own shutdowns. If this becomes law, we are going to see every contract dispute turn into a taxpayer-funded holiday. This bill punishes workers who work and rewards those who don't. It's backwards, it's reckless, and it's dead wrong. Vote no before we turn Pennsylvania into the strike capital of America. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On final passage of House Bill 145, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague, the good gentleman from Philadelphia County, for bringing this legislation before us. However, I recollect back to when I was 15, getting my first work permit to be able to get a job. It was clarified to me that should I choose to quit that job voluntarily, I would not be eligible for unemployment. In a similar manner, it is troubling to see that this legislation before our body today would incentivize individuals who would choose to leave their job to be eligible for unemployment. Madam Speaker, as someone who represents constituents who have family-sustaining jobs in both representation within unions and outside, those family-sustaining jobs are something that I do support. However, prevailing wage and collective bargaining is only beneficial when those jobs exist. If those jobs do not exist, no rate,
no privilege, no right is beneficial to those workers if the employment opportunities are not present or offered to them. I would encourage my colleagues to consider these factors and vote in opposition to House Bill 145. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Fiedler, on final passage, House Bill 145.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation. Going on strike is not the same thing as quitting your job. The decision to strike is not made lightly. I learned a lot about this growing up as the daughter of 2 proud union members, and I know many of my colleagues are either members or have family members who are. Going on strike is actually a really hard decision a lot of the time. It means showing up early to the picket line, staying late. It means leaning on community members and family to help you with meals, missing paychecks. And in some cases, it means being afraid of retaliation and getting fired. It's not an easy decision to go on strike. And again, going on strike is not the same thing as quitting your job. Striking workers are fighting for better benefits and for the treatment they deserve. Right now, though, in Pennsylvania, as you heard, workers are given a truly impossible choice. The choice they're given right now is between standing up for fair treatment and what they deserve or putting food on the table for their family. This legislation by my colleague aims to address that problem and to give strikers the support that they need so they can fight for the rights they deserve. By allowing striking workers eligibility for unemployment compensation, HB 145 eases the burden for workers, like my parents. This simple action would provide a small but meaningful degree of financial security, one that we should all have. All workers benefit because the standard for pay and benefits is raised when workers go on strike. I join my colleague in asking for support of this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On final passage of House Bill 145, the gentleman from York, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies in advance to my members on L&I who have already heard this story twice now, I think. But a little different perspective. You might be somewhat surprised to know that I've actually walked a picket line with my father back in 1998, I believe it was, when the UAW was striking and ultimately chased Caterpillar and well over 1,000 jobs out of York County. I actually sent money to Illinois to adopt strikers that same year when they were doing selective strikes. My dad worked 32 years actually for Caterpillar as a proud UAW worker. We were very, very proud of Caterpillar and the UAW. They provided a very good life for us, a nice, modest, but nice, solid middle income. My dad was on strike at least 3 times that I recall. First of all, one of the reasons you pay union dues is so you have wages during a strike, so he was supplemented a bit with the union dues. But here's what my dad did. One year, he put in insulation. Next year, he installed swimming pools the next strike. The third time, he mowed grass. He didn't get out a tin cup and ask to be paid for staying at home to not work. He actually went out and worked, just like he did when he was at Caterpillar. So this is a man who would never, ever, ever cross a picket line. And there were plenty who did, and my dad remembers them to this day. He's never forgotten nor forgiven them. But I asked him, what do you think about this bill, paying folks to get paid to voluntarily not work? And he said, that's a crazy idea. They would be striking all of the time. So if you don't value what my father said, we'll just end with this. As best we can tell on our side, having solicited most every union we can find, we only have one union that supports this legislation. Frankly, I would be embarrassed if I was a union member to ask for this. I think most of them, like my father, have a lot more pride than to ask to be paid to not work. So obviously, I'm opposed to the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will temporarily be at ease. The House will come to order. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Labor, Representative Dawkins, on final passage of House Bill 145.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to kind of clarify and bring a little bit of factual talking points to this here bill. There are several unions who are in support of this legislation, and I'll read them off to you. The Communication Workers of America, ASME, AFSCUF, PA, AFL-CIO, SCIU, Pennsylvania, just to name a few. But I want to talk about something that's continuously coming up in the committee and on this floor when we talk about this bill. There's a lot of assumptions being made by workers, Pennsylvania workers, American workers. There's this notion that somehow American workers are now American lazy and they don't want to work. I thought we supported workers in Pennsylvania. I thought we supported Americans. But why do we have this assumption that an individual who gets up every day to clock into work is somehow going to clock out to take a benefit that they can already take if they wanted to take a benefit, but they choose to work? Because what I know about Americans, they will prefer to work to take care of their family and not sit around to receive a benefit. Last I checked, union workers in particular are the ones who built this country. Last I checked, we should all be thanking those great unions that we're talking about bringing back those great jobs that all left this country over profit that we chose over workers. We have now regretted those choices. We are now begging to have workers, particularly workers who get a good pay, to come back into the workplace. So the idea that American workers would choose to stay home or abuse a benefit when they have not abused the benefits in the past is absolutely ludicrous. So with that, I hope we can find support for American workers for House Bill 145. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On final passage of House Bill 145, the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to clarify what has been said in the past. We have heard repeatedly today that this would be a taxpayer-funded vacation for workers who don't want to work. But I think that we need to understand how the Unemployment Compensation Fund is funded. These funds come from employers based on their employees, and the money that they pay into this fund is money that they earn on the backs of their employees. So this is money that would go to workers that they put into this fund. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lawrence, Representative Bernstein, on House Bill 145.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a point of clarification, one of the previous speakers said that striking is not a choice. Striking is literally a choice. You vote to strike or not to strike. So that's an important clarification to make. The second thing is, for the first time ever, I would think the majority of the Republican caucus is going to stand with Gavin Newsom. And the reason why is this bill is so bad that when it was passed in California, Gavin Newsom actually vetoed it. So for the first time ever, we stand with Gavin. Thank you.
Duly noted. We'll let the gentleman from California know where you stand. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 106, the nays are 97. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, we have some special guests here for afternoon session, and the chair wanted to acknowledge them. In our presence, seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, we have some residents. We have doctors who are in training. We have Caitlin Ingram, Yin Doan, Ashley Zhang, Lydia Lukomsky, Anyi Eze, Hannah Markovich, and they are led by a good friend of the chair for over 20 years. This good friend of the chair and I went to undergraduate together. At this point, it seems like a long time ago, because it was. However, since the years that have elapsed, the chair is so proud of Dr. Bethany, who is a mom of 3 children aged 11, 9, 6. Not only is she an outstanding provider at Penn Medicine, but she's a professor for these residents. They are here advocating today that we improve all health care for all patients and all of our neighbors. Doctors, please stand. Thank you for being here. So proud of you, Beth. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 441, printers number 0410 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for conservation and protection of wild terrestrial invertebrates in Pennsylvania.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, maker of the bill, Representative Paoli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. I rise in support of House Bill 441. Colleagues, Pennsylvania's environment and agriculture relies heavily on insects, including the 77 endangered species that are listed in the Endangered Species Act, the Federal Endangered Species Act. Pollinators in particular, such as the bumblebee and the monarch butterfly, are in declines across the country and here in Pennsylvania, threatening healthy balance of our ecosystems. Since the 1990s, the population of monarch butterflies in North America has declined over 90%. They're now an endangered species. In 2017, a long-term study found declines of more than 75% of insects in protected areas in Europe. This and other worldwide studies have led scientists to call this phenomena the insect apocalypse. We don't know all the insects that have been lost. Of these lost, we don't know all that they did for our ecosystem. All we know is that they're dying off rapidly. Now, you may ask why we should care. Without insects and pollinators like the monarch butterfly, flowers and crops cannot survive. To ensure human welfare, we must protect them. The value of insects cannot be overstated. Native invertebrates provide many ecosystem services, including pollination, seed dispersal, natural pest control, nutrient cycling, and food for other organisms that we all rely on. These contributions benefit both the natural ecosystems and the agricultural industry right here in Pennsylvania. For example, Pennsylvania agriculture profits by more than $250 million annually from crops that benefit from insect pollination, as well as more than $9 million from pollination required to produce seeds. Trees like the black cherry timber tree that we depend on for great furniture and for delicious fruit is one of the many examples. The rapid decline of insects is a problem that every state is now dealing with, but unlike most states, Pennsylvania cannot actively work to recover threatened terrestrial insect species. In fact, our Department of Conservation and Natural Resource currently lacks the specific authority to protect and conserve the 77 threatened land-dwelling insect species listed in the Endangered Species Act. This bill would address that issue. House Bill 441 would amend the Wild Resource Conservation Act of 1982 to give Pennsylvania's DCNR specific authority over terrestrial insects, which will help prevent the sole reliance for federal Endangered Species Act protection of imperiled insect species by allowing the state to recover species much earlier. It would give Pennsylvania a proactive voice to speak with federal agencies acting to conserve protected insect species. It would also provide funding opportunities to offset cost of insect species recovery, which we currently are precluded from obtaining. These funds are, for example, the Cooperative Endangered Species Conservation Fund, the Recovery Lands Acquisition Program, the Conservation Planning Assistance Grant Program, and there's many more. This bill would fix the bureaucratic tangle and allow Pennsylvania to protect its own wildlife without waiting for federal government to step in. To be clear, this bill will not delay or shut down projects. This bill will not delay and shut down projects. I want to make that clear. But it is about closing a donut, a loophole, an existing law that limits our access to federal funds. I believe this bill is a common sense approach. It contains provisions all sides can agree on: environmental protection, government efficiency, and reclaiming some of the Commonwealth's authority instead of waiting for the federal government to act. Ultimately, we will uphold our Article 1, Section 27 constitutional right to the preservation of natural, scenic, historic, and aesthetic values of the environment in Pennsylvania, and we will enable and help further support the DCNR's mission to study and protect the Commonwealth's ecological and geological resources. As such, I humbly ask for your support of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, Leader Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate the intent of the bill, and while the rapid decline of insects is certainly a problem, the rapid decline of jobs in this Commonwealth is a far greater one. Giving DEP more power will lead to the latter, not the former. I would ask for a no vote on HB 441. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the leader. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 102, the nays are 101. Majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The bill passes the House finally. The clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 1734, printers number 2136 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill increases the amount of time rental car drivers have to appeal an Easy Pass toll violation.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The bill passes the House finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up Senate Bill 246, printers number 1030 on page 7 of today's House calendar. Will the House read the bill as agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires a school entity, non-public school, or private school to notify parents and guardians and school employees of incidents with the possession of weapons, bullying, harassment, injury, or damage to school property.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 246 and ask for an affirmative vote. We had made a few changes to the legislation in consultation with the gentleman, the senator from Lehigh County, the prime sponsor of this legislation. He's agreed to it. I've been in communication with him earlier today. And so once again, this is agreed to legislation. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 1. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 467, printers number 1181 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes the release of Project 70 restrictions on certain lands.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 102, the nays are 101. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate with the information. The House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. Colleagues, on this great day in history, not one, but 2 of our colleagues were born. The gentleman from Center, Representative Conklin, and the gentleman from Clarion, Representative Bashline. Happy birthday. So glad to spend it with you right here under the dome. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County for a special announcement. Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to wish my baby girl, Rowan Curry, a happy sweet 16 today. Thank you.
Chair concurs. Happy sweet 16 to my niece. You'll have to teach me how to dance like that one day, Rowan. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 413, House Bill 664, House Bill 1701, House Bill 1702, House Bill 1874. And Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 446, House Bill 1613, House Bill 1860, House Bill 1871, Senate Bill 748. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chairs in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Clarion, Representative Bashline, that the House now adjourn till Wednesday, October the 8th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Or those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House stands adjourned until Wednesday, October the 8th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.